2026, as well as the final 4 races of last season. So 22 race winning streak, the last 21 from pole, and this morning Bulliger has the chance to equal the WorldSBK record, 8 consecutive pole positions. It's Tissot Superpole at the 2026 Pirelli Emilia-Romagna round. Before we get into the action, quick words on the Aragon round a fortnight ago as we reach the halfway mark in the 2026 World Championship. Just one winner so far, Nicolo Bulliger, an unprecedented maximum score of 372 points. Last time out in Aragon, Lecuona slipped over 100 points behind his teammate for the first time, but with 15 podiums to his name compared to 6 for Sam Lowe's, best of the rest in third. The top 2 spots seemingly settled. 3 riders covered by 11 points in the battle for bronze. Alex Lowe now up to 4th ahead of Yaron Montella, who had a tough weekend in Motorland. Lorenzo Baldassari and Axel Bassani dropping away from the group in 6th and 7th. Relatively uneventful weekend in free practice so far. Yesterday saw the familiar pecking order immediately established, with Nicolo Bulliger topping the timesheets ahead of teammate Lecuona. A sizable gap to the first independent Ducatis. Sam Lowe's and Yari Montella closed that gap this morning, finishing 1-2 in FP3, 10th of a second covering them and Bulliger. Single crash yesterday for Lecuona in FP2 at turn 8, but relatively slow speed spill. Collision this morning between Ryan Vickers and Taz McKenzie, somewhat more dramatic. Vickers suffering bruising to his left hand, but had been declared fit to continue. Meanwhile, Axel Bassani ended the session in the service road after stopping out on track. Ducati 1-2-3 on the combined times, so no surprises there. And as ever, all eyes on Ducati at their home ground. The Bologna factory located just 140 kilometres from Misano, and this season even more eyes on them, with an Italian rider leading the factory team and at the top of the championship standings. Steve English alongside me, Nicolo Bulliger, all set to become only the 2nd Italian to take the title, following Max Biaggi, who took the 2nd of his 2 World SBK crowns in 2012.
Yeah, Nico just looks relentless right now, and his refusal to give up race wins was shown perfectly in the Superpole race last time out in Aragon, where he's out there with a harder tyre. He's sacrificed a little bit at the start of that race to make sure he's comfortable throughout, and he found a way to win it with a really impressive performance by him. 18 wins out of 18 is just super. Unprecedented in World SBK, but he's been so good all the way through this season. Very difficult to see how he doesn't do that one run going this week.
New helmet design specially for home round for Ducati, and of course it's got little caricatures of all of his team members as well. A nice touch.
Yeah, and for Bulliger, obviously there's a great atmosphere within the team for him. He's been within that structure for 5 years, 2 years in Supersport, 3 years now in the Superbike. He's already delivered 1 World Championship. He's hoping for that 2nd, and then that move to MotoGP to be confirmed soon.
Lecuona returning to the day job after his impressive outing in MotoGP last weekend. 7th place in the Hungarian Grand Prix as a substitute rider for Grassini Racing. His first race in the class in almost 3 years, and a valuable reminder of his worth to Ducati, a confidence booster as well as we move into the second half now of the World SBK season.
Yeah, and for Eco we were able to see that in the MotoGP round. He was able to do a good job, obviously, to come away with that top 10 finish in 7th position. Obviously there was the turn 1 crash that elevates him a few positions, but overall you have to think that Iker came in, did a really good job, and was able to beat some of the other Ducati riders that had been there throughout the course of the season, and qualified okay. He was able to qualify on the 6th row of the grid, but just over a second off the pace, so did exactly what you expect a replacement rider to do in MotoGP now, and then in the race he didn't make any mistakes, he came out with good points.
Sam Lowe's had scored only 21 points at the Hungarian and Czech rounds combined, dropped to 5th in the championship as a result. But an action-packed weekend in Aragon last time out, battled through crashes on Friday, Saturday and Sunday mornings, and still came away with 3 third places, matching his effort from the Dutch round in April and recovering that 3rd in the standings.
Set pace this morning as well in FP3. Sam looked very good in that session, went out with a Q tyre at the end just to get that understanding for the Superpole session. But when you're talking this weekend, he's been a little bit quieter compared to some previous rounds, and he knows that with the Italian riders at their home round, this is going to be a weekend for him, because Montella looks good, Sur is obviously being competitive in recent rounds, Baldassari knows this place very well, does a lot of his training here. So for those riders, Lowe's expecting them to be right in the mix, and knows it's going to be a tough weekend once to come away with those podiums again.
Yeah, and at very least maintain top 5 finishes, which earlier on in the campaign, the rounds that Montella was strong, Baldassari had a podium in Phillip Island, keep putting in those top 5 finishes.
And that's where it becomes important for the team to make sure that all the ducks are in a row. They've had some technical issues throughout some of the rounds this season, to make sure that they're bulletproof.
The Motor have taken advantage of their home round to announce their rider lineup for 2027. A renewal for both Alex Lowe's, this man, and Axel Bassani, his teammate. In Lowe's, they have the most experienced rider on the grid. He's already delivered them 5 podiums, while Bassani's gradually closed in on his teammate since they first paired up, remember, at the start of 2024.
Yeah, and obviously for Lowe's, no surprise to see that he's been confirmed fourth in the championship, closest challenger to those Ducati riders in front. He's done a really good job, solid this season. Bassani, we saw in Phillip Island, how good of a rider he can be. He needs to have those performances more often. He's had a few rounds this year, Assen and Balaton, where he kind of went missing, and he needs to make sure that he avoids those rounds moving forward. He can have a solid season, and then obviously next year with James Michelin, that's a chance for him to start from a fresh sheet of paper.
Bassani, 5th highest score in Aragon last time out, with 3 top 8 finishes, including a 5th place in race 2, 23 points, so his best score since that last podium we mentioned there in Phillip Island, 7th in the standings, and the gap 23 points, so to lead the motor Alex Lowe.
Yeah, and what we've seen from the season from Bassani has been that progress in those early rounds. Crucially for him has certainly made it change with Yuri coming in, and those kind of steps, they take time to iron out all the things, but he has looked more impressive this season compared to last year, and we've seen that step-by-step progress. He's one of those riders that if he jumps onto an independent Ducati now, he's a much better rider than he was when he was on the course bike in the past, and we'd expect him to be very strong, but obviously with the motor package,
last of our signing news, Garrett Gerloff announcing this weekend an extension to his contract with Kawasaki, so that'll take him into a 3rd season with the manufacturer in 2027. Gerloff, who's enjoyed a recent resurgence, really, top 6 finishes at each of the last 3 rounds, including a best of 4th in race 1 at the Czech rounds.
Yeah, and for Gerloff, it's been a really good season. He's been able to make great steps with that Kawasaki this year, and Garrett's up there 10th in the championship and been really solid for much of the season. And I think that for Garrett, obviously a lot of it comes down to the Superpole session. He's qualified on the 3rd row with Credit Phillip Island, 2nd row in Most, and Most is the best weekend of the year for him. Last time out in Aragon, we were able to see he came away with top 10 finishes in the Aragon race. In tough conditions around that track, it was actually a really good result for him, and I think he's done a very good job this year to maximise the package underneath him.
Miguel Oliveira makes his return from injury following his crash in the Superpole race at the Hungarian round. That left him with a fractured left shoulder and ligament damage. Great news for BMW, because he is the only rider not on Ducati machinery to have been on the podium at the last 5 rounds, even though he's missed the last 2.
Yeah, and obviously for Miguel, what we've been able to see this year is times where on that BMW it has been a really good package. They've qualified on the 2nd row of the grid with Oliveira, with Daniel Petrucci as well. Michael van der Mark, we can see here, he qualified on the 3rd row of the grid, so it shows that that bike has that potential.
Van der Mark racing into his 3rd weekend as a substitute for BMW, because he now comes in for Danilo Petrucci, having previously covered for Oliveira, and Van der Mark now reunites with his old crew on the other side of the pit box. One of the busiest men in the paddock at the moment, Van der Mark, because he arrived fresh from victory with BMW at the 8 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, and for Van der Mark, he's been very good. He's obviously had his replacement job on the BMW Superbike, and then he's been able to do his World Endurance and testing duties as well, so he's been flat out.
Nicolai Bulliger is our most recent Emilia-Romagna round pole sitter. He took Superpole last season by 0.2 of a second over top-back Razgatlioglu, with Axel Bassani completing the front row. Alvaro Bautista, the only other Misano pole sitter in the field this weekend. He topped the timesheets in both of his 2022 and 23 title-winning seasons. Tom Sykes, the circuit record holder here in Misano, with 7 poles. Bulliger, they all have to beat this morning, unbeaten in the 6 Superpole sessions this season so far. One further addition to the lineup, with Ryan Vickers replacing Jake Dixon at Honda for this Emilia-Romagna round. Aragon a fortnight ago, Dixon did try to make his comeback from a left wrist injury sustained in pre-season testing, but he was unable to complete the weekend. And Vickers has a gap in his calendar before the British Championship resumes next weekend, and of course has already appeared in WorldSBK's 2026 season opener in February.
Yeah, and what we've been able to see from Ryan, obviously, is a rider that has to jump into a bike that's very different to what he's riding in the British Championship, and he's got experience with the electronics and the tyres from last year on the Motocorsa bike, but it's been tough for him jumping off the Honda fire plate. And for Honda, it's been another tough weekend. Ryan has hurt his hand after that crash this morning, so hopefully for him he's able to come through this session unimpeded and give himself a chance to be up there on, he's on the 6th row of the grid. He's done a good job.
Cruising Sunday last time out for Lorenzo Baldassari with 2 retirements. The first on the penultimate lap of the Superpole race from 4th. He then got caught up in Xavi Vierge's first turn incident in race 2. Baldassarri did leave with a minor injury to his right wrist, sat out the Michelin test immediately following the Aragon round, but he's shown no ill effect so far at his home round.
Yeah, and important to be able to have those chances now this weekend, because this is a track that it's quite a short lap. Conditions are quite tough with the high temperatures, and there's a lot of demands placed on riders, particularly for the races, more so than in a Superpole session where you just have to deal with that pressure and expectation that you're going through. But we're expecting 31s, mid-31s to be the fast times in this session.
First flying lap time coming in from Iker straight into the 1:31s. It's a 1:31 at 9:10. We see Garrett Gerloff, unfortunately, has come to grief in the final sector of his first flying.
Turn 14, it looks like, for Gerloff, and that means Garrett's going to qualify in the back row of the grid. If we get a red flag, maybe there's a chance to get that bike back to the pits. But we'll have to wait and see for Gerloff. But this is just going to be where he runs out onto the curb, and he's got that angle on the tyre, and just no chance to save that. That's a mistake from Garrett, running in too hot into that corner.
Bad news for Garrett Gerloff right at the start of this Superpole session. We'll keep an eye on the rest of the times they come through. Sam Lowe's at the halfway mark on his lap. This is Alex Lowe just coming across the line. He's half a second down after 3 completed laps, but of course he's gone through the yellow flag zone, so he will not be able to set a lap time this time around. Sam Lowe will be able to, because that yellow flag has now been cleared, the bike out behind the barrier. So we're watching Sam Lowe try and move himself up visually onto the front row of the grid. Half a second down though on Iker Lekwona's time after 3 completed sectors. Sam Lowe moves into P2 at 1:32.627. Miguel Oliveira just a tenth of a second behind him. Now the man to watch for is Nicolo Bolliger, who drives towards the line, a tenth up on Lekwona after 3 completed sectors, and that's the way it remains at the end of 4. A 1:31.784 for Bolliger, and that is only 1.5 tenths of a second off his own lap record from Superpole for pole position here a year ago.
Yeah, with that banker lap to immediately be within a tenth of last year's pole shows a lot for him, as Lekwona comes across the line down into the 32s this time around. So we're able to see that into that second lap, not quite got that potential to be able to get the most out of that tyre. Everyone come back into the pits, put on a brown tyre, and then really go for it. That's where it becomes so important to have that one banker lap in. That's where for Alex Lowe, you can see here on the 22 Bermuda, the yellow flag for Gerloff takes away the best lap of that tyre, and then you have to try and get your banker in on the second lap.
Yeah, 2 blokes in the same situation here. Axel Bassani's just making his way into the 3rd sector. The battle between the independent Ducatis at the moment, led by Jari Montella, who completes the front row provisionally. Baldassarri, Sora and Sam Lowe then the next to the independent Ducatis, locking out the second row of the grid in a Ducati 1-6, but the promoters have been competitive with them in free practice this weekend so far, and Alex Lowe will move ahead of Alberto Sora and Sam Lowe provisionally onto the second row of the grid, and Sam Lowe now has come to grief.
That's turned 14 as well, or turned 13, so it could be a very similar crash to what we saw for Garrett Gerloff.
As Axel Bassani does get to the line and of course was clear of that yellow flag zone as well, so this lap will count for Bassani. He moves up into 5th position ahead of his teammate Alex Lowe. That's generally a rarity in their partnership. Bassani doing well to move up onto row number 2. So we're coming towards the end of the first stint then. Nicolo Bolliger leads Iker Lekwoona and Jari Montella. Second row of the grid as things stand for Baldassarri, Bassani and Alex Lowe. And disaster for Garrett Gerloff, and now for Sam Lowe as well.
And the reason Sam's disappointed there is because his banker lap at the start of the session was 8 tenths of a second off slower than he went in this morning session, and you can see there he was losing that a lot earlier than Garrett Gerloff. Gerloff looked like he was out towards the curve whenever he lost it, and Sam sliding for a long time through there. It's such a fast part of the track as well. You saw that he grabbed his wrist a lot of the times after he had a crash like that. You can even just end up with the friction burns coming through in your leathers. He's trying to get that bike started to get it back to the pits. 8 minutes left in the session, and if you get back to the pits, we'll wait and see if the Mark BDS team were able to get it repaired, but just you run out of time so quickly.
This is Alvaro Bautista, qualified only 11th on the grid here in Misano last season. His worst in 6 appearances at the Emilia-Romagna round. As I said earlier on, twice a pole sitter at this venue. At the moment down in 15th position. Of course, P16 last time out. His comeback ride in Aragon, and he's been commenting that this track being a little bit more physical for him has been a bit of a burden on that still recovering fractured ankle.
Yeah, there's nowhere to rest around Misano. It's a short lap here. It's only 90 seconds long, more or less, and even the pit straight isn't particularly long, so there's no chance really to catch your breath, settle onto the bike, and give yourself that chance to just recover ever so slightly. You're always doing something here.
And we did see last time out, didn't we, that in the Superpole session, when you need to be explosive and confident, that's where Bautista struggled most. He did genuinely improve as the weekend went on.
You did see Sam Lewis there just entering pit lane. He was able to get his bike restarted on the service road. He's got 5 minutes to try and get back out there, so we'll see if he's able to do that.
Stefano Manzi with a really strong first sector on his latest lap. He's the only rider really still out there and circulating. As you see the track damage there for Sam Lowe's, well and truly stuffed up by the gravel track in the second lap of his first flying run.
Yeah, and you can see there for Sam just immediately trying to get his helmet changed, get his gloves changed, whatever he needs to do to get himself ready. The team are going to get the bike ready as quickly as they can. Gorksgur there, the crew chief, but you'd imagine after an incident like that, it's going to be very difficult to get out and get that bike repaired. Let's just see what happens with the bike once it comes through the gravel. Maybe too much damage done from a slide like that along the gravel there for Sam, so maybe they're able just to throw on a new fairing and hope for the best and try and get back out there.
This looks like being a good lap from Stefano Manzi. I mentioned it previously. Previous best Superpole of this season, P10 at the Czech round. He's down in 16th at the moment. He's got completely clear track. He's lost a lot of ground in sector 3, but it was a brilliant first sector from him on the Yamaha. Stefano Manzi now comes across the line. He moves P11. That's a decent effort within a tenth of a second of Chap Yerkamp at the moment in P10, the top Yamaha runner in this session.
Steph's made good progress on that bike this year, and certainly coming in as a difficult to make that transition and make that jump, and he's done really well over the course of this year, just to get closer and closer to Remy Gardner, his teammate, and then the factory official bikes and the Pata bikes. But you saw it, Mosty qualified on the 4th row, super impressive there.
Just picking up Nicolo Bulliger starting the first flying lap of his second stint. Bulliger, who topped Superpole last time out at the Aragon round by half a second over Ika Lecuona. His 7th consecutive pole, equaling the best ever streak for a Ducati rider. This morning chasing Jonathan Ray's outright record, 8 consecutive poles. That one dating back to the start of the 2021 campaign.
Let's see here for Nicolo Bulliger onto his first flying lap of his final stint, and Bulliger sets the pace in sector 1, sector 2 and sector 4. Gives up a small bit of ground in that 3rd sector to Jari Montella, but already on this lap, 2/10 of a second up in sector 1.
And up on for lap record pace here in Superpole. Nicolo Bulliger 2/10 of a second up after the opening sector. 18 wins out of 18, remember, this season so far, and all of them from pole position. Bulliger, who scored 5 poles last season, is already on 6 this year and has only been out of the top 3 4 times in his entire WorldSBK career. On pole in half of his 13 WorldSBK rounds to date. Real metronomic qualifying consistency from Bulliger.
Eager's behind him on track on the number 7 Ducati. He's only down by a few hundredths of a second in sector 1. That's an area where this morning in particular he was really struggling, so we'll see if Lecuona is able to do something. Quite a few riders haven't put in a lap time. Tommy Bridewell, one of them as well. He's out there trying to put himself up the grid now.
Nicolo Bulliger then bidding to become only the 2nd rider to reach 8 consecutive poles in WorldSBK. He's over 3/10 of a second up after 3 completed sectors. His lap record is about to be broken. Nicolo Bulliger from the 2025 pole position time. In 2026, provisional pole with a 1:31.343. New lap record from Bulliger. Lecuona, though, only 7/1000ths of a second behind him after 3 completed sectors. Let's see what Lecuona can do to challenge for his first pole since the 2022 Catalunya round. Bit of a moment there out over the curves as he makes his way through the penultimate turn and now driving for the line. Ika Lecuona, 1:31.343 to beat for him. He's 2/10 of a second down and loses all of that ground in the final sector.
Under the lap record from before this session, so a decent effort there from Ika. He's now got time for that second lap as well to see if he's able to give himself an opportunity to go again.
Locatelli and Bridewell both improving onto the 3rd row of the grid. So Locatelli up into 8th, Bridewell into 9th. Baldassari
Tommy.
He watched Tommy Bridewell come to grief just after setting a new personal best with 3 minutes to go in Superpole.
Yeah, everyone behind him is on a flying lap. Obviously the yellow flags are going to be out at turn 2, so they'll get this 1 lap in, and then that'll be the session over for most of the riders out there. But Tommy will put it on for 3rd row.
Alvaro Bautista's just started his flying lap and he is coming through a yellow flag zone, so this lap is not going to be an improvement for Alvaro Bautista, who's down in 17th position at present. Same situation for Bassani. Oliveira, the yellow flag is still out, and you see Oliveira sit up and bail out on the lap. Same for Michael van der Mark. Just coming through the final turn now is Jari Montella. This lap will count for him. He was already clear of it, and he'll get another if he wants it, because the yellow flag is down here.
Yeah, and you can see there for all the riders coming through into two, just running through that exit as Sura moves himself up onto the second row of the grid. He was behind Montella on track. So important to find the right rider to follow. We saw for Locatelli, he was behind his teammate Xavi Vierge. For Sura, he's behind Montella. You've got to be able to work like that. That was where it was interesting to Tommy Bridewell. It did look like Tommy did his lap on his own to be up there inside the top 10.
Lorenzo Baldassari just coming through the final turn. At the moment, he's 0.3 of a second down on Jari Montella with his previous best. See if he can bridge that gap here. It's good enough to pass Sura, but still the best part of 0.2 behind Montella. So it's Bulliger, Lekwona, Montella on the front row of the grid. Baldassari, Sura, Bassani on row number 2. And the third row, Alex Lowe's, Andrea Locatelli and Tommy Bridewell. As we see Sam Lowe's making his way down pit lane. But there's only just over 1 minute 30 on the clock here.
He'll be able to go and make sure the system's checking the bike before race 1, but Sam's on the fourth row of the grid right now, not going to get out in time for another lap.
And you can see how costly that is, because the independent Ducatis, Montella, Baldassari, Sura all sit up in 3rd to 5th place.
Could have been a lot worse for those. He's 6 tenths of a second, 7 tenths of a second slower than he went this morning. And he's up there on the fourth row of the grid. Not disastrous, still gives him a chance to recover something in race 1 and then into the Superpole race as well. But needs to hold on to that fourth row of the grid.
Locatelli then with 8th position as things stand to 6th place is the best of his Superpole efforts previously here in Misano, and 8th place just as he was here last year. Alvaro Bautista 17th position for him, lap time cancelled, so he's one of the unfortunates really who's caught the yellow flags at the wrong time. Bautista remains down in P17. He's going to have one last effort here to try and climb from there.
It's not going to be enough from those 3 laps on a Q tyre. Just isn't going to give you that performance whenever it's so close in a lot of groups. If you look at it on the front row of the grid, you've got basically 3/4 of a second Montella off the pace. Another second takes it all the way down to Bautista in the 17th spot, and you're trying to make a tyre last those extra couple of laps. Alvaro might be able to improve his time, but it's not going to improve quite enough.
Manzi leapfrogs Van Mark onto the 5th row of the grid at least. Bautista 8.5 tenths of a second down at the halfway mark on his latest lap. Alex Lowe's is going for another, and he's only 3 tenths down on Bulliger's fastest time after 2 completed sectors. Checkered flag about to fall. Alex Lowe's the man to watch here. Big weekend for the motor, of course, their home round, and after announcing the renewal of their 2 riders for next season, Alex Lowe's, who has never had a front row start here in Misano, has made the second row 6 times, including 4 of the last 5 seasons, and has had 3 second row starts this season, most recently P5 in Aragon. Bautista then to cross the line. Let's see where this puts him. Well, it is a new personal best, but he fails to improve his position at all, so he will be starting from 17th place in race 1 this afternoon and tomorrow's Superpole race. Alex Lowe's, meanwhile, leapfrogs Jari Montella onto the front row of the grid for Promoter. It'll be the 26th front row start of his WorldSBK career and the first in 2026 for Alex Lowe's.
Yeah, and importantly for Promoter, it's around about 3 or 4 tenths of a second faster than they went last year when they had Axel Misano on the front row, so it shows the progress that they've made with that package.
Great work from Alex Lowe that lap to beat the likes of Montella, Baldassari and Sura. Bassani qualifying in P7 ahead of Locatelli and Bridewell. Taz McKenzie making a late improvement there. It's 12th position for him ahead of Remy Gardner. So in the mix at very least, McKenzie on the 4th row of the grid. But they've gone fairly early for their final stint here. I think no one wanted to be caught up in a yellow flag. They wanted to get their laps in.
And we've seen that earlier this season. Think of Balaton Park where Equalec Omen, you can see there in number 7, Ducati Sandoz, they were involved with yellow flags on their first stint, and it meant that they didn't have their banker lap in. They qualified down the order compared to where they would have expected to be in Balaton. It shows the importance of getting their lap time in early. Bulliger was the first to bolt, and he made sure he had his lap times in, because ultimately around a track like this, we've seen 3 crashes in this Superpole session: Bridewell, Gerloff and Lowe's. Gerloff obviously can get back out there again, so the next time he sits on that bike after that crash, he's going to be on the grid for race 1.
Yeah, so I said as we watched Nicola Bulliger coming round on his lap of honour, we'd said at the top of the show that it had been relatively uneventful through free practice, but we got a pretty eventful start to this Superpole session. But the same results in terms of Nicola Bulliger on pole yet again, 8 in a row, matching that record of Jonathan Ray from 2021. And of course, Bulliger's includes the final round of last season, as well as the 7 in a row at the start of 2026. But incredible run as far as Bulliger is concerned, winning every race, pole position in every race this season as well. Ika Lekwona with 2nd position, and there's your 3rd place man, Alex Lowe. That's a great result from him. He was 4th on the grid at the Australian round. His best since was P5 last time out in Aragon. And a front row start for the motor at their home round here in Misano.
Yeah, big stoppy into the limiter line there, and for Lowe's, that's a great lap. We've seen it so often in the past where he's been a really strong qualifier, and he's able to do that once again there in the second, coming on the front row. And exactly what promotion need to see as well. They've got all of their head honchos here. We've got Marconi and the rest of the team here, so we're able to see the progress that package is making, that the team are making, and that their riders are making. They've obviously made their announcement for next year as well, and perfectly timed front row for Lowe's.
Before we continue on talking about the front row of the grid, quick word on row 2. It's all Ducati on that second row. Montella, Baldassari, Sura, the top independent Ducatis, with Jari Montella leading them off, and Baldassari right there in the mix. Good news for him as well, because his previous best Superpole this season, P2 at the Hungarian round, back-to-back second row start. Too often he's given up too much to Jari Montella in these Superpole sessions, but not today.
Yeah, and once again we're able to see Balda qualify for those front three rows of the grid like he has all season. It looked like in this one he was able to do the lap time a little bit easier on his own, because we've seen it quite a few times this season where he's followed Buliga around, he's been able to use that toe to good advantage. This time I think it was around about Locatelli or someone else, so a little bit different this time for him, and he did a really good job.
As we see Niccolo Buliga making his way in then, still unbeaten in Superpole this season. Again, 0.2 of a second, and practically that's the margin he has had over Iker Lecuona this weekend so far.
Yeah, and we've seen it where Buliga just has that small step on Lecuona, a little bit more here than we've seen in some other circuits, or he's maybe a little bit more willing to show it here. He's got plenty of verticality down there, the CEO of Ducati, and he's got Gigi Dall'Igna we saw in the pin box. Davide
Great atmosphere as ever here at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli soaking it all up on the grid is our reporter Chris Jordan.
Yeah, it's absolutely sun-soaked grid, and I'm down here beside Miguel Oliveira. Miguel's very kind to join us. Miguel, just ahead of this one, obviously it's your first race back since the injury. Can you just tell us how you're feeling and the expectations for today?
Yeah, feeling with 1.5 runs. Not 100%, but it has been a crescendo weekend, going faster and faster, and hopefully this race I can put it all together. For sure I won't be able to push like I want every lap, but we'll see what comes out.
Best of luck for the race. Thanks for joining.
Crescendo weekend, I'm going to steal that one at some point. You watch this space. We'll see. But for now, Miguel Oliveira, a bit of a dose of reality, obviously coming back from an injury. He's not fully fit. You heard it from him there. The 1.5 arms, we'll see whether they can propel him to a strong result for BMW. On with the grid then, at the third row, led by Axel Bassani, track specialist, of course, here in Misano. He's been a top 6 finisher in 4 of his 5 visits, made the podium at the 2023 Emilia-Romagna round, and qualified on the front row here last season, only to suffer 2 retirements. This afternoon, he makes his 200th race start in WorldSBK, the 4th Italian to reach that milestone.
Yeah, important for Axel to have that contract in his back pocket now the second half of the year, just making those small steps that he has to make. He's done well this year at times, needs to just find that bit of consistency, and then he's exactly where he needs to be.
And conveniently placed alongside him, also making his 200th race start this afternoon, is Andrea Locatelli. All of those for Yamaha. He'll become only the 5th rider to reach 200 starts for a single manufacturer, and the 1st rider to do so for Yamaha. He's never been out of the points in 15 races here in Misano. His latest WorldSBK podium was here last June, a 3rd place in the Superpole race.
Yeah, important for Lockett to have that leading Yamaha position on the grid as well, and comfortably ahead of his teammate Javi Vierge, who's on the 5th row of the grid. But a couple of times the second down, we did see that they were together during the Superpole session. Lockett able to get the better end of that.
Completing 3rd row of the grid is Tommy Bridewell, making his 1st appearance at the Emilia-Romagna round. It's only his 12th WorldSBK appearance all told. Made a big impression last time, outscored more points at the Aragon round than he had in his last 4. 5th place in race 1 in Motorland, and he's now made the top 10 in each of the last 5 races.
Yeah, for Tommy, in last time out in the Superpole session, he qualified in 8th, but he was towed around in that lap. Today, he did the lap time on his own, and then ended up having a crash at turn 2 just after setting his personal best. So for Bridewell, this is a really good qualifying effort to be up there on the 3rd row.
10th on the grid here for Sam Lowes, race winner here in the 2021 Emilia-Romagna Moto2 Grand Prix. Best of 6th here last season. Has been a top 6 finisher at 5 of the 6 rounds this season so far. struggled on an unlucky weekend in Most with only 4 points, but bounced back to match his season's best with a 39-point tally a fortnight ago.
Sounds like that when the track temperature comes up, that's where it gets a little bit more difficult for him. But the crash this morning means he needs to come back now. He needs to regroup, try and come away with a decent finish.
Miguel Oliveira, podium finisher in Misano in the 2015 Moto3 Grand Prix and the 2018 Moto2 Grand Prix, and has made the rostrum in 2 of his 4 appearances in WorldSBK thus far. 3 third places at the Portuguese round, 3rd in race 1 of the Hungarian round before his Superpole race injury, looking to pick up where he left off.
Yeah, and certainly what we've been able to see from him this year as a rookie is that he's been able to adapt well to a Superbike. Now he just needs to make sure that this weekend back to action that he's able to just prove his fitness.
Taz McKenzie has failed to score points from his 2 previous appearances at the Emilia-Romagna round. Top 10 finisher though at each of the last 4 rounds this season. He was only the 7th best scoring Ducati though at the Czech round, 6th best Ducati in Aragon, so he'll feel there's room to improve.
Yeah, certainly for McKenzie, there's a penalty for this morning's infringement with Ryan Vickers. Going to cost him a bit of time for the race, but not happen.
5th row of the grid, Remy Gardner, Xavi Vierke, Stefano Manzi. Gardner a podium finisher here in the 2021 San Marino Moto2 Grand Prix. His best in Misano and WorldSBK so far, 6th place in 2024. Target here a top 10 finish. He's only managed it 3 times this season and at neither of the last 2 rounds. Just 30 points at the season's halfway mark. He was on more than double that this time last year.
Yeah, for the Yamaha riders at the top, you can see that with Gardner, Vierge and Manzi all only a quarter of a second down on Locatelli, but on that 5th row.
Xavi Vierke picked up 3 points at the Aragon round a fortnight ago, his worst score since he suffered 3 retirements in the season opener at Phillip Island. Excellent weekends in Portimao and Assen, each with top 6 finishes. Now feel a long time ago, but he is still only 15 points behind teammate Andrea Locatelli in the championship.
Yeah, and for Xavi, we saw at the start of the season he was that lead Yamaha rider. He needs to get himself back into that position.
Stefano Manzi, race winner here in the Emilia-Romagna Supersport rounds in 2023 and 25. 10th place is best in the Superbike class thus far. Manzi has made a clear step forward from Balaton Park onwards. 8 points at his first 3 rounds, 20 points at the last 3 rounds in 2026. That rounds out your front 5 rows of the grid. Chris, down to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex. On a day that's pretty big for Ducati, 2 factory Ducatis on the front row as well, as we've seen all season with Nicola Oniker. I think it's pretty apt that the CEO of Ducati Corse has joined us. Claudio, welcome to Misano. Of course, a big event for you guys, and your factory boys are doing you really proud. Just the question I want to ask is, Ducati is obviously huge in the motorsports world. Just how important is this Superbikes program to Ducati?
Yeah, you know, for us it's kind of a bit special because we have been grown with Superbike in the 90s and I think the brand has taken a lot of good decision thanks to Superbike. We have developed the bikes in all these years thanks to Superbike, and so the client that buy a Ducati now at Panigale, they really can get the best bike because we test here, so it's very, very relevant for us.
When you see Nicolo breaking records like he is, just how impressive is that? As you said, the company's grown so much over the last 30 years.
Yeah, it's very important because actually this Panigale is the last evolution. We have developed it a lot, and so we already Panigale has made a big step compared to the previous model with a completely new chassis design, especially on the rear. So this lap report confirmed the good decision that we had taken. So we are very happy about the performance and also very excited because here in this track, in less than 1 month, we have WDW, which is all the big Centenario edition, so we expect all the Ducati fans to be here cheering together for the birthday.
It promises to be a special occasion. I'll let you get back to the race. Thanks, Claudio.
So we're making our way through the 6th row of the grid. We already introduced Michael van der Mark at the top of the programme. Alvaro Bautista will be lining up 17th place, one of the stars of the Aragon round a fortnight ago. Remember making that comeback from ankle surgery with 11 points on the board, but Superpole, particularly with that injury, proving tough for Bautista. This is Garrett Gerloff. Kawasaki announced on Friday contract extension for him to remain with the team into a 3rd season. The former Yamaha and BMW man certainly making some progress in the last few rounds. He sits 10th in the championship. And that's the only good news Garrett Gerloff's going to have this weekend, because he crashed out of Superpole this morning. He'll start at least this one at tomorrow's Superpole race from the back of the grid and likely wants to have right at the front, a familiar 1-2, Nicolo Bolliger and Ika Lekwona. The first half of the 2026 campaign completed. Niccolo Bulliger has won the opening 18 races in a row, the longest ever start of season winning streak. 12 of them have been lights to flag victories, a new World SBK record for a single season. But at the last 2 rounds, we've seen the smallest winning margins in that run. An identical 0.594 seconds between Bulliger and teammate Nico Lekwona in race 2 of the Czech round and the Superpole race at the Aragon round. They are the only 2 riders to have finished every race this season. In the last 15, they've finished 1-2. Lekwona with 17 podiums, the rider in World SBK history with most rostrum finishes without a first win. His mission to claim his first victory continues here in Misano. Alex Raby and Steve English here. You join us live trackside for race 1 of the 2026 Pirelli Emilia-Romagna rounds. Niccolo Bulliger looking to extend his record run of 22 victories in succession.
Big crowd as ever here at Misano as we get ready for the warm-up lap. 21 laps and all riders out there on the softer front tyre apart from Manzi. So Manzi on the 5th row trying to give himself a little bit of an advantage compared to the Yamaha riders. We'll see if that plays out for him, but all riders in front out there with that same front tyre. So that'll be the big concern for the riders in this race. We have to have a look and see just if there's a big drop-off in terms of the pace and consistency for the riders. Tends to be where you're able to overuse that front tyre, particularly whenever it's so hot. 55, 56 degrees track temperature, and that places a big demand on the Pirelli tyres.
We saw it on the grid, confirmation that Misano's contract with World SBK extended to 2031, and that's great news. It's a place that the fans pack out, and it's a place that we love to come as well. One of the true historic classics in World SBK.
Yeah, it really is, and Misano always tends to be one of the rounds where the atmosphere is great. We're right beside the beach, so it's a perfect holiday destination for a lot of Italian fans to come here. We're close to Bologna for Ducati's home round, and this is where all the Italian riders come from, it seems. They all grew up racing mini bikes at all the go-kart tracks around here, and there's plenty of them for young riders to be able to develop their talent. And then even when you come here, obviously the track named after Marco Simoncelli, you've got the Giro Pato Road just beside us as well, and a lot of things which just add to the history of the race.
I saw one rider darting out to the long lap penalty. I'll assume that's Taz McKenzie at Tremonto just to test it out before he has to serve that long lap penalty for that free practice infraction, but he will be lining up on the outside of the fourth row of the grid here. Quick reminder of the championship then. Remember Niccolo Bulliger, he's your series leader, 108 points clear of Iker Lekwona. Another big gap to the battle for third, which is the main focus, to be perfectly honest. 25 points covering Sam Lowe's in third to Lorenzo Baldassari in sixth, with Alex Lowe's and Jari Montella between them in the standings. And Sam will only start this race from 10th position after his crash in Superpole earlier on today. So an opportunity for those around him to try and recover some points, most notably Montella and Baldassari on that second row. Alex Lowe's fourth in the standings through sheer consistency, and he starts in third position here. First time this season that anyone other than a Ducati has qualified on the front row. It is race 1 of the Pirelli Emilia-Romagna round for 2026, and Alex Lowe's has made a poor start there, and Jari Montella will pull alongside him. Lowe's to the inside, slops into 4th place. It's side by side between the 2 race leaders as Iker Lekwona picks it up, ahead of Bulliger in second. It is a Ducati 1-2-3. Bassani made a good start. It's moved out of the way there though by Lorenzo Baldassari, so he'll have to content himself with 6th place. He has got ahead of Alberto Sura in 7th. Then Sam Lowe has made up 1 place. He's into 9th. Oliveira making that single place as well. But it's Iker Lekwona who leads his so far unbeaten World Championship leading teammate Niccolo Bulliger. But it's only going to be a matter of the first 7 corners, because Bulliger is already back through as they make their way into La Quetta on lap number 1.
Yeah, and this is where Lekwona needs to come straight back at Bulliger. Bulliger on the number 11 bike has had a few tenths of a second in hand all the way through this weekend. This is where Lekwona needs to dig in, go with his teammate, and see if you're able to try and force him and harry him into a mistake.
Immediately a few tenths of a second opening up from 2nd to 3rd places. Montella doing well to get through on Alex Lowe's on lap number 1. As we ride on board with Iker Lekwona in 2nd place, trying to chase down Niccolo Bulliger for that race lead. And 4th place, Lorenzo Baldassari now through on Alex Lowe's as Alberto Sura scraps with Axel Bassani, trying to get back through for that 6th place. Bassani holding on to it for now, but Sura with the wide line on the previous turn now has the inside as they make their way through turns 15 and 16. Bassani back at it, great scrapping between the 2 Italians.
Well, so that's what we're going to see. They've got his contract sorted for next year, and he's trying to attack against the independent bikes.
This is another spot for Sam Lowe's. He's through on Andrea Locatelli now for 8th position at the start of lap number 2. So 2 places already gained by Lowe's.
Yeah, important as well for Miguel Oliveira. He made a decent start and he's there in that group as well. For Miguel Oliveira, he made a decent start and he's there in that group as well. Oliveira, he made a decent start and he's there in that group as well.
He's through on Andrea Locatelli now for 8th position at the start of lap number 2, so 2 places already gained by Lowe.
Yeah, important as well for Miguel Oliveira. He made a decent start and he's there in that group as well.
For 9th place.
Yeah, you could see there for Miguel just making that move, opening the door into 11. Locke is not going to be impressed by that, but ultimately that's the move that you make into that corner.
Sam Lowe's now right on the back of Alberto Sora. This is good to see from Sam Lowe's. He's got ground to make up following that incident, of course, in the Superpole section this morning.
Sam was fastest in this morning in the free practice session, so we know he's got pace on that bike. Just that crash in the Superpole session just cost him dearly.
We know how difficult it is, though, to pass Alberto Sora. We've seen these two come to blows already once this season.
He knows how difficult it is as well, and nothing's done against Sora until you've opened up a gap. So for Lowe's, he needs to figure out where he's able to make that move, but he needs to make it quickly.
Make our way through turn 4. And Axel Bassani now right on the tail of teammate Alex Lowe's. One of the stronger performances from Bassani this season so far.
All these riders are fighting for a podium because Montella and Baldassari, they obviously don't have the pace from the Aruba bikes. They've been dropped by over a second and a half at this stage already. And this group is quite close to one another, so all of them will know that there's an opportunity here all the way back to 8th position for Sam Lowe's to be on the podium, but they need to be able to make clean moves.
Mistake from Sora, he runs in deep through La Cuerca, and Sam Lowe's is given that place. Now covers straight to the inside line. He's not going to allow Sora to jab back through on lap number 3.
But you can see for Sora, he's going to get that exit and use the toe up towards 11. Sam needs to be defensive into 11 now.
Through Curvone at high speed, and Sam Lowe's has track position. Great news for Sam. He's clear of Alberto Sora without having had to sweat it.
Yeah, free pass there for Sam with Sora making that mistake, and now you can get to go after the Bermudas. The gap up towards Axel Bassani is about 8-9 tenths of a second.
The Bermudas are going to be fighting one another soon, because at the moment Axel Bassani willing to be more aggressive in these early laps than Alex Lowe's, and there's just a tenth of a second now between them in the battle for 5th.
It's a long race around here, so you've got to manage your tyres. We know that Lowe's is good at managing the tyres. For Bassani, he might well be willing to push it a little bit further to try and give himself that track position, and then you manage the end of the race.
Gap at the front is half a second now between Nicolo Bulliga and Iker Lecuona. Margin to Jari Montella in 3rd is 1.3 seconds, so just like in the championship, we're facing a scrap for 3rd place. And in race 1 this afternoon, it's Montella, Baldassari, Alex Lowe's, Axel Bassani, Sam Lowe's, all covered by just over 2 seconds at present, with Montella sitting pretty. He's the man with the track position.
Yeah, and for Jari, 6-7 tenths of a second in hand over Balda. Balda's falling back towards Alex Lowe's on the Bermuda. For Axel Bassani, we can see there in the number 47 Bermuda, he needs to make sure that he just follows his teammate and goes with him if he's able to attack Baldassari.
Sam Lowe's has already made back 2 tenths of a second compared to Axel Bassani ahead of him, so that's his main quarry at this stage.
You can see down in towards turn 9 and 10 the different lines from the Bermudas through there, and Bassani might well feel that he's a little bit faster than those right now and has the chance to be able to attack Baldassari.
Sam, I think, made a mistake at turn 8. Looked like he ran in a little deep, and it has cost him because Sora's right back on his tail.
Yeah, turn 8, so easy to run in a little bit deep, lose that momentum on the exit, and we did see Sam a little bit wide on the exit.
Big moment there for Axel Bassani. He's pushing on the tail of Alex Lowe's. Lowe's it is still who has track position. Baldassari maintaining his pace this lap around, new personal best in the 2nd and 3rd sectors, and it keeps his gap to Montella at 7 tenths. It opens the gap to Alex Lowe's to 9 tenths of a second now. So the promoters at the moment isolated for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, it just looks like for the Bermudas that Bassani has a little bit more underneath him right now, or at least that he's willing to push it a little bit harder at this stage. We've seen it where that bike's moved around quite a bit for Bassani, and he's tried a few different lines as well to his teammate.
This is good from Lorenzo Baldassari, because think in his scraps against Jari Montella, he's consistently been the faster of the two of them in the final sort of 3rd of races. If he can stick with him for as long as possible, gives himself a real chance of fighting for a
Balda!
That's a the commentator as Lorenzo Baldassari, just fresh from setting a new personal best on lap number 4, closing down Jari Montella, comes to grief on lap 5.
That's the challenge for riders whenever they're exceeding expectations in a season. You ask that little bit more and you demand a bit more than you do in those early rounds, and sometimes crashes start to happen. We saw Balda have a crash in Hungary, we saw him have a crash in Aragon, and now unfortunately we've seen him crash out of his home race.
Yeah, crashed out of 4th in the Superpole race at the Aragon round. He was the blameless victim in race 2, but that's now going to be 3 consecutive retirements for Lorenzo Baldassari. And here's a look again at what happens.
Just look at the left-hand side of the shot, and you're just going to see that he's just a little bit offline. You can see the motors are much tighter in towards the curve there than Balda. You try and carry a little bit more roll speed through the first of those double right-handers, and then it can just put you a little bit offline into the second part of it there. But that doesn't look like that big of a mistake for Balda, but he's a long way offline, so it is actually where he's gone in way too hot there to try and just roll through the corner with an next couple of miles an hour. But whenever you're riding that fast as well, it also shows that you're on that limit already, and Balda just oversteps the mark.
He will have known he had a sniff of the podium today, only 0.6 of a second behind the man in 3rd place, Jari Montella. Now there's a gap behind Montella of some 2.2 seconds to this fight between Alex Lowe's and Axel Bassani. Both have had their contracts renewed for next season, and the gloves are now off among the promoters. It's a home round for them, a crucial weekend. And Axel Bassani riding well in P5 just to stick with Lowe's, who's been the more performing and 23 points ahead of him in the World Championship standings. The other man to watch, of course, who should shortly join this duel is Sam Lowe's, and he sits in 6th position as we see what's been going on between Lowe's and Bassani.
And that's why we saw Sam get closer to them in that final sector, because they had that trade in positions.
Yes, the 2 promoters there. Oh, Sam Lowe's crashes out on lap number 6. Sam had been closing in a couple of tenths of a second a lap on the 2 promoters from 6th place, and he is now out of race 1.
Yeah, and that would be for Sam, the second crash of the day. It'd be interesting to see what happened to him. It looks like it's where we saw Balda come off as well in a very similar crash to Baldassari's.
3 consecutive podiums last time out in Aragon. And the one thing that Sam can't afford in his scrap for 3rd position is to be giving up major points to Jari Montella, his main rival. Montella riding well out there in 3rd position. Sam certainly had a chance of at least 4th place in this race, and instead it's going to be a non-score for him.
Yeah, and it also costs you the information for tomorrow's longer race as well. But for the Mark VDS team, and looking at a little bit of work done to that bike to get repaired as well. Unfortunate for Lowe's after the triple podium last time out.
So let's take stock, because we've had 2 incidents for front-running riders in the last 2 laps. It's Niccolo Bulliger leading Iker Lecuona by 1.5 seconds. Jari Montella now looking odds-on for the podium finish here in 3rd. 2.6 seconds ahead of this scrap for 4th between Alex Lowe's and Axel Bassani. Another 1.8 seconds then back to Alberto Sura, who sits in an isolated 6th.
Yeah, this is the part of the track where we've seen those 2 crashes. Have a look actually at the promoters through this corner here. They run right over that inside curve at turn 6, so they're feeling a lot of confidence in that bike right now. But the slick track conditions are because we're so hot out here now, over 55 degrees.
Here he goes into La Quercia, Axel Bassani to make that move. Good to see these 2 scrapping for it. As I said earlier on, Axel Bassani has been close to the tail of his teammate Alex Lowe's. Half a second behind him at the end of the Superpole race last time out, 2 seconds from him in race 2 of the Aragon round. He's in front of him here in race 1 in Misano, through for 4th position.
Yeah, nothing given, because they know that this is the fight that they're in. They're not going to be fast enough to be able to catch up to Montella, so they need to beat each other, and that's what they're trying to do at this stage. And good riding between the 2 of them, clean riding to have those great changes of position.
Yeah, they've got to fight for the 4th place and then wonder whether anything happens to any of the riders up ahead, particularly Jari Montella. The thing is, for Montella, he's surely going to receive the information that, you know, in terms of the independent Ducati, Baldassari and Sam Lowe's, his 2 closest rivals, are out of this race.
Yeah, and certainly when you look at the gap between Montella, just comes across the line, 33.3 for him as he crosses the line, and that's pretty much the faster lap actually than either promoter has done up to this point in the race. So shows that the independent Ducati there for Jari Montella just working really well at this stage of the race.
So lap 8 and almost 2 seconds now between Bulliger and Lecuona at the front. 3 seconds to Montella, 3 seconds back to Bassani. This is your main fights in the top 8 positions. Bassani versus Alex Lowe's. Axel Bassani starting to pull away now, and you wonder whether Lowe's is settling into a rhythm of, okay, let's see what your tyre's like in the second half of this race.
Yeah, it just seems that all the way through the early stages of this race that Bassani's been more willing to lay it on the line and try and look a little bit more negative and aggressive than Lowe's. We'll see if that comes back to him later on in the race. Just in terms of the pace that we're seeing, Buliga at 1/3 distance, we can see the number 11 now. He's still lapping underneath what had been the lap record coming into this race.
Behind, consolidating sixth position, 4 or 5 tenths of a second, a lap faster than Andrea Locatelli. Oliveira starting to chip away at Locatelli's advantage as he guns for P7, but it's Oliveira who's got the big group behind him. Manzi, Gardner, Yerke, Bautista, Mackenzie recovering from his long lap penalty, and Bridewell all in one long train. Disappointing for Bridewell after the good effort in Superpole. It all went wrong for him right from the opening lap.
Yeah, and he needs to just give himself a chance to be able to score some points. One battle worth keeping an eye on, Manzi as well, on the number 62 Yamaha. You can see he's up there in 9th position. He's only less than a second or a couple of seconds behind the lead Yamaha of Andrea Locatelli, but we know he's got that harder front tire, and that should bring more and more of this race towards him again.
Manzi is a proper race animal, though, isn't he? We saw it time and time again in Supersport that he wasn't necessarily at the front in the qualifying session itself, but once you get underway with the race, elbows out, Manzi pushing hard, running well here in 9th position at present.
And that's where you can see Javi Vierge at the back of this trio of Yamahas. For Javi Vierge on the number 97 machine, this is where it gets disappointing and tough for him, because he was that lead Yamaha at the start of the season. He lost that ground to some of the other bikes, but Manzi in the last few rounds has made a big step forward, qualified top 10 in the Czech Republic round, and he's been able to show more and more progress as he adapted well to the Superbike.
Yep, last 3 rounds have been his best 3 scoring rounds of the season. A 10th place in race 2 of the Hungarian round, a 10th place in race 1 of the Czech round, and a consistent weekend in Aragon. A fortnight to go for a 6-point score. Just at the back of this group, the independent Ducatis, Alvaro Bautista in 12th place. Remember, still riding with that injury. He loves the Aragon circuit where we visited last time out. He loves it here in Misano. He was desperate to be back as quickly as possible, but this is where the lack of race fitness starts to show. He's been talking all weekend about this being a more physical challenge, and having qualified well down the order, it's going to be a tough weekend for him.
Yeah, it's also where for the independent Ducatis, whether you're Bautista, Mackenzie, Bridewell, you have to feel that you're not doing a good enough job in this race right now whenever you've got Montella up there in the 3rd position, you've got Sura up there inside the top 6, and the bike is working well. They just don't have the same pace as some of the other bikes that are second and lap slower than Montella.
How much of that is the pace that they're being forced into, though, running behind the Yamahas? Because we heard from some of the independent Ducati runners in Aragon last time out that they really struggled to make overtaking manoeuvres on the Yamaha, particularly with the hot temperatures.
That was at the end of the straight. We don't have those long straights here in Aragon. It's about trying to exit the corners well and use the torque of the bike and the bottom end power. So for Bautista, Mackenzie and Bridewell, they just need to find something as well. Obviously, Alvaro has his injuries that he's still recovering from, and it's just difficult out there. It's tricky conditions. You've got 55, 56 degrees track temperature. It's slick and it's tough to be able to find that line that you need to be on, because it can be that little bit slippery if you're a little bit offline, like we saw for left over there, having to stand up through the fast corners at the end of the lap. We saw Baldassari and loads of their crashes.
Yeah, about 6/10 of a second that cost Iker Lecuona running off the circuit at the end of lap number 9. So Buliga's now 3.5 seconds ahead of him. Lecuona, of course, keeps pushing on, doesn't he? He wants to keep Buliga under as much pressure as possible, but this race is already beyond him.
Yeah, Iker now just needs to make sure he's able to hold that margin to the rider behind him.
Xavi Vierge's dropped 2 places, so that's Alvaro Bautista through for 11th and Taz Mackenzie up in 12th. Mackenzie spends a few laps hassling and harrying Bautista without actually finding his way through. And Bautista now, we'll see how long it takes him to latch onto Gardner ahead.
I think you'll find that for Xavi, he might have made a mistake in around about turn 8, and that's opened the door for those Ducatis. We'll see if he's able to come back at them down the start-finish straight, but for Mackenzie, he needs to now try and give himself a chance to come through in Bautista, and then you've still got those riders in front. You can see for Taz, Emma faster than Alvaro he was at the start of that turn 1, turn 2 sequence.
Yeah, Taz Mackenzie has been a top 10 finisher in each of the last 4 rounds, and an 11-point score for him in the Aragon round last time out. He comes away with the points he needs in those feature-length races with some consistency. I always feel there's a little bit of a step more, a little bit more potential for him in the bike. We'll see if he can wrestle clear of Bautista and then go after the Yamahas. Locatelli, the leading Yamaha, in 7th place. 1 second now his margin to Oliveira. It's a 10th of a second a lap, but that BMW is faster at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just those small margins that you're able to find in a couple of different places. But for Oliveira, he's not having to think about defending the position. He just is able to focus on the rider in the front, and that opens up that gap to Gardner in the independent Ducati.
Heading down towards Curvone then, on turn 11 on lap 11 as we watch Alvaro Bautista versus Taz McKenzie, those independent Ducatis, the leading independent Ducatis, Yari Montella in third and Alberto Sora in sixth position. We've had two of them retire, of course, Lorenzo Baldassari and Sam Lowe's, which has elevated these riders just outside the top 10 places. Credit's got to go to Stefano Manzi and Remy Gardner here. We know Gardner's generally gone well here in Misano. Manzi enjoys the place as well. He's showing it at present. Keeps setting new personal bests and sits in 9th place.
Yeah, Manzi's just riding really well and doing what you have to do if you're on that Yamaha, which is get your head down, focus on your job, and try and just grind out those lap times and hope someone is able to stop you as well, because Steph's doing a really good job there.
Personal best second sector last time around for Alvaro Bautista. He will never give in, Bautista. I always wonder where he finds the drive from, but still determined at 41 years of age and even battling for a place in the top 10. Lap number 12, we recover Andrea Locatelli then. He's 1.5 seconds behind Alberto Sura. Last couple of laps there's been a bit of a crossover, and Locatelli starting to gain now on Sura for 6th place as well.
We're at the stage of the race where Sura has traditionally started to struggle a little bit through the course of the season with that tyre wear and the management of it. As you look further down the field, there's only one rider setting fast lap times now in the second half of the race, Garrett Gurloff in his personal best, and we know how good Garrett is at being able to manage the tyre and let the race come back to him. He might be able to give himself a chance to come back to that Bautista group by the end of this race.
Yeah, he's 2 seconds from the group at the back of the group at the moment. Tommy Bridewell sitting in 14th position. Garrett Gurloff having started from the back of the grid after failing to set a time in Superpole. We return to this group, and Bianca's dropped well back now from Bautista and McKenzie. But look at how quickly Bautista has started to gain on this lap compared to Remy Gardner. So Gardner occupied 10th place. Bautista with a new personal best in the third sector, made up 0.3 of a second as well in the second sector, and is now right with Remy Gardner trying to get into the top 10.
Yeah, Taz needs to be able to follow him through as well. We'll have a look through turn 22 just to see if McKenzie on the number 95 machine is still able to carry that speed through the first part. Looks like Alvaro there kicking up a little bit in the entry into one, so he's pushing on.
Yeah, new personal best lap from Alvaro Bautista, a 1 minute 34.051. That's faster than all but the top 4 in this race. So Bautista finding a little bit of speed. If he can clear Gardner, he can go after Manzi. Might be the 9th place is about the potential though for him. He is faster at the moment than Locatelli and Oliveira, but a fair margin for him to make up, and the lap's ticking away. 8.5 to go here in Misano. Danilo Petrucci, I was going to say watches on, but none of them
Seems like for Michael van der Mark there, still in the points in 15th spot, but he's got Garrett Gurloff closing in fast.
Bautista in hot there, that will have cost him a little bit of time, but he gathers it up well enough. And again, straight back onto the tail of Remy Gardner. So Bautista clearly faster, new personal best in the first sector of this lap 13.
Yeah, and you can see here just for Alvaro once again, just pushing as hard as he can. As that tyre starts to drop, as the fuel starts to come off, he's still able to press on. And when you're on the bike and you've got that adrenaline, those injuries, you can deal with them a little bit easier. And for Alvaro, we saw in Aragon just how difficult it was for him, particularly on the Sunday. When you've got that Superpole race and then the long race, it's really difficult for the riders, and he just needs to make sure to get through the final third of this one.
Yeah, I did ask him, did you maybe do too many laps during free practice in Aragon start of the weekend? He was so busy, and he just treated it like a normal weekend. And he sort of said, yeah, maybe. But anyway, did well to come through for 2 top 10 finishes on the Sunday after the mechanical failure in race 1. And chasing a top 10 finish here in Misano. He's had so much success down the years at this venue. His first MotoGP podium here in 2012, 11 podiums in 18 WorldSBK starts at the Emilia-Romagna, around 6 wins, including the famous hat-trick in 2023, on his way to the title. And podium finisher behind Nicolo Bulliger and top-ranked Razgat Dioglu here on our last visit last June. Expectations more modest carrying that injury for Bautista. He is hunting down Remy Gardner, and here he moves to the inside. Gardner coming in off for 10th position on lap 14.
He'll make the move into turn 11. He's so much faster than Remy right now, and he's going to take those wide lines down in towards 10 and try and open up that corner. Gives that chance. You can see how crossed up he got with that small wheelie just on the exit of turn 8. So we'll see if he's able to maintain the momentum.
Alvaro Bautista bidding for 3 consecutive top 10 finishes, riding through the pain barrier of those ankle fractures as he makes his pass for 10th place on Remy Gardner through Curvone, like times of old for Bautista on the Ducati.
Unfortunately, but he's riding as hard as he can at all times, and he's still trying to push himself on.
Yeah, and full merits to Bautista for the determination to come back for the Aragon and Misano round. It would have been much easier for him to fully recover before going to Donington Park, or indeed taking until after the summer break. But he's had 2 rounds in Aragon, and indeed here in Misano. He's into the top 10. Now the gap is 1.5 seconds to Stefano Manzi, who sits in P9. That's his next quarry.
Yeah, and for Manzi last time ran about a 10.5, 2 tenths of a second slower than Bautista, so Alvaro's going to come back to him.
A look at some data here from Brembo. Announcement coming in from them yesterday that they'll become the exclusive braking system supplier for WorldSBK from 2027, and new carbo ceramic material taking over from the steel brakes that have become the norm here since the carbon discs were banned in the championship at the end of 1994.
The different riders, the configurations in use as well. Basically, you're trying to just find the compromise between having that braking stopping force and just the agility. So for all the riders, it's all about trying to find that balancing point, as it is with everything else in the bike. You can see there the Olin suspension as well, how much that moves. It's all about being able to use each area of the bike to be able to find the best balance for a rider, to be able to set not just their fast lap times, but set consistent lap times during the course of a long race like this. 21 laps around Misano is about being able to maintain your pace as well as possible. Huluga still half a second off his fastest lap of the race, so shows how good a job he's doing to maintain that pace.
We have passed 2/3 race distance. This is lap 16 of 21. The gap Huluga to Lecuona is the best part of 5 seconds. Similar margin then back to Yami Montella behind. It's 4.5 as well to Axel Bassani, and then it's 2.6 now to Alex Rose. Doesn't look as though Rose is going to be able to get back on terms with Bassani, and going to be one of Bassani's best rides of the season.
Yeah, for Axel, it's a really good, strong ride. We saw obviously Phillip Island very good. Portimao, he was consistent, and he's on another couple of rounds where he's been able to put himself into the mix of where he needs to be. But this is a step ahead of that as well, and really important for him here and for Promoto as well. So 2 bikes up inside the top 5 in race 1. That's really encouraging for them, and a front row start for Lewis.
Yes, for Alex Rose, 5th position at present, but for Axel Bassani, this will be his best result since that last podium in Phillip Island. He had 5th place finish in race 1 of the Czech round, 5th place finish in race 2 of the Aragon rounds, and looking good to go one better by beating his teammate here for 4th place. Alberto Sura, quick check on him. He is 1.5 seconds still ahead of Andrea Locatelli. Locatelli is losing ground to Oliveira, who's half a second a lap faster than Sura. So by the end of this race, those 3 could be very close together for 6th, 7th and 8th places. Meanwhile, behind Manzi, 1.3 back. Bautista still 1.5 down, with Gardner now slipping into the clutches of Taz McKenzie, who's closing him down for 11th.
Yeah, this one it starts to feel like a very long race for Alvaro Bautista. So when you look at your pit board and it says plus 1.5 to Manzi or minus 1.5 to Manzi, you know that it's going to be very difficult to make up that margin with just over 5 laps to go.
You say that, but he's just made half a second in the last 2 sectors compared to the riders around him. Bautista is still motoring on, isn't he? No doubt about that. Last 4.5 laps, if I had to choose one rider to have behind me at the end of the race, I don't think it'll be Bautista.
Certainly not, and Alvaro trying to dig in at this stage. Let's see what the lap times were. 2 tenths of a second he picked up on Manzi last time round, so trying to make sure that he's able to keep Manzi honest. That gap 1.3 seconds.
Yeah, as I say, he made 4 tenths in the 3rd sector alone. The only problem was he'd lost a little bit in the opening sector. So 1.1 now for Alvaro Bautista. He is coming, but will he get there in time? That's the question. Lap 17 of 21. Still less than a second between Locatelli and Oliveira. Still less than a second between Bautista and Gardner. And much closer than that, Gardner to McKenzie. As we head towards La Quecha, the main braking hotspot. The rider's dropping 200 kilometres per hour into here. McKenzie almost alongside. Gardner closes the door late and maintains 11th place.
Yeah, and Remy's just trying to do what he can to hold on to that on the and for McKenzie, you can see he's a little bit bottled up, but he also hasn't been able to make many moves in this race, so we'll see what Taz able to do in the final few laps of this one, but just trying to give himself a chance to maybe come over the top 10 something like this one here.
McKenzie continuing to gain. Where does he put in his attack? They make their way to the...
For Remy, when he closed the gas, just how quickly that snaps around Remy as well, so just shows just how hard he's on the right there.
Slowest corner on the circuit at turn 14 before they open up for the left-handers at the end of this 17th lap. The Misano corner, the final turn of lap 17. It is at the moment Gardner versus Mackenzie. They're outside of the top 10 and drifting away from Alvaro Bautista, who's made another 6/10 of a second on that lap compared to Stefano Manzi. We will have a fight for 9th position because Bautista's coming at a real rate of knots now. Manzi's pace has dropped off a cliff.
Yeah, for Manzi, he's actually kind of managing his pace to be pretty consistent. Alvaro's found pace, and he's 3/10 of a second faster than he had been on the previous lap, and trying to give himself that chance to just come back to Manzi. So Alvaro did a really good job. Manzi, he's stuck in no man's land now. With losing those couple of tenths of a second, he's now too far back and needs to look over his shoulder to Alvaro. And as you said earlier on, Alex, that's the last man you want to see chasing him down.
Yeah, problem is for Manzi, 34.7 last time around, and that's slower than anyone other than Brightwell down. So Manzi doesn't have a lot of pace at this stage of the race. Just as you say, Bautista does have pace at this stage of the race. That's why he's closing so dramatically. That gap now down to less than a half a second, and you can see it on track.
Yeah, just see what the lap times are for Manzi whenever he comes across the line this time around. He did lose quarter of a second in the final sector and a few tenths in a few other places. So we'll see just what he's doing now whenever Alvaro's right behind him. But obviously with only a couple of tenths of a second between them, you'd imagine he'll be easy prey for Alvaro with just over 3 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 fights in one here. Manzi versus Bautista for 9th. Gardner versus Mackenzie for 11th. Either way, it's going to have been a good ride from Stefano Manzi. The expectations are pretty modest, aren't they, for Yamaha at the moment, particularly for a rider in their first season in WorldSBK and on the Yamaha. Top 10 finishes twice for Manzi in Hungary and Czechia. But nothing as high as the 9th place he currently occupies. He might not occupy it for too much longer. Manzi did find 1.5 tenths last time around, and Bautista lost 1.5 tenths compared to his previous lap, as we see Karen Gerloff come in, swooping through for a single point in 15th at the start of lap 19.
Yeah, that's a dagger in the heart for Van der Mark as well, because it pushes them outside of the points, and you can see just for riders how difficult it is when you get to this stage of the race, and Van der Mark looks like that's going to be all she wrote.
Yeah, problems for Michael van der Mark in the closing stages. And after you've run a race in the points, trying your level best to then be passed and hit problems later on. Real disappointment for Michael van der Mark, but he'll have another 2 opportunities, of course, tomorrow. Let's take you on a run through the field then.
That's Remy Gardner, and that's turn 8, so he's took the front through turn 8.
Gardner was scrapping
with
Taz
their
McKenzie
tyres.
over
Right,
11th
as we went...
place, and he's come to grief at La Quercia on lap 19.
Yeah, and I'll elevate Chandra up into the points for Honda, but for Remy you can see the disappointment, because once again you've seen a rider that's had to ride really hard through this race, and nothing to show for it other than the sweat tears.
Yes, as we see Alvaro Bautista has now got ahead of Stefano Manzi, so that should settle the 2 battles that we had still raging with 3 laps to go. Firstly, that crash for Remy Gardner, and then Bautista simultaneously getting through on Manzi for 9th place. Manzi's going to try and stick with him for as long as possible just to confirm his place in the top 10, but a typical Bautista move here through Curvone.
Yeah, it'll just get the drive out of 10, use the toe, and make the move nice and comfortably for Alvaro down into that.
Bautista's 2 seconds behind Oliveira, who sits in 8th. Oliveira got to 1.5 seconds, but his pace has begun to drop off over the last couple of laps, so he won't make any further progress against Locatelli in 7th. And we should be settled in from here, although Manzi, hustling the bike, appears to have other ideas on the penultimate lap of the race.
Yeah, Manzi's just trying to do what he can just to make sure he's able to keep Bautista honest all the way through until the end.
Stays with Bautista, that means he'll beat Mackenzie, who, you know, the target is to be in the top 10 if you're Manzi. This will be the 3rd time this season he's done it.
Yeah, and for Steph, he's only going to finish 4 or 5 seconds down on Locatelli as well as the lead Yamaha, so decent effort from him now. We're into the second half of the season, he's got that experience, he's trying to push on and show a little bit more on that bike.
We watch Alex Lowe's riding in P5 at present. 3 seconds behind teammate Axel Misano. When Misano came charging through early on, I wondered whether he would fade in the second half of the race, but actually he has had the pace advantage over Alex in this race, so a bit of a feather in Misano's cap.
Yeah, and for Axel, still lapping within half a second of his fastest lap of the race, so showing good consistency there in managing the tyres.
Michael van der Mark has come into the company 5th retirement, settled Lecuona's mindset in bringing this race home for yet another 2nd place.
Yeah, I think that once Iker lost the lead to Bulaga, immediately we saw that Nicola was able to open up a couple of tenths of a second, and then from that point on, just able to open up a big gap. And this is as dominant as we've seen from Bulaga for
guess that's a fair comment. Lecuona has generally kept it fairly short between them. At times you've wondered if Bulliger's playing with his prey, haven't you? Because the gap opens up quickly to 2.5 seconds, and then suddenly Lecuona's able to match Bulliger, but never seems to be able to get quite close enough, barring those exceptions. The Superpole race with an offset on tyres, when they've been evenly matched and clean in terms of conditions as well. Niccolo Bulliger has certainly had the upper hand over his teammate Iker Lecuona. Niccolo Bulliger then exits the final turn to take his first Misano victory in WorldSBK. It'll be the 11th different circuit of the 12 we visit where Bulliger has been victorious. Second place to Iker Lecuona yet again. It's an Aruba IT Ducati 1-2 at their home round in Misano, and it is a Ducati 1-2-3 with the Bali Ducati of Jan Montella taking third. Home round for Axel Bassani and Promoter and Bassani and Alex Lowe taking fourth and fifth places ahead of Alberto Sora in sixth. Locatelli, Oliveira, Alvaro Bautista, third consecutive top 10 finish with one leg, as he's been saying, and then Stefano Manzi rounding out your top 10, his third top 10 finish of the season. Plenty of riders with plenty to shout about in race one this afternoon.
We'll see down into the Aruba pit box, another 1-2 for them, and the nice shot of Bulliger's manager there with a big smile on his face. I think there's still the man to be able to add a few more numbers to the contract for next year.
Well, a few more numbers to the payout for this year first, I think, Steve, with all of these win bonuses that must be coming Niccolo Bulliger's way. Super with a victory for him ahead of Iker Lecuona and Jari Montella, and they might not have got the front row lockout today after Superpole, but they have got the podium lockout.
Yeah, and what we've been able to see from Montella again in this race was a good effort by him. He's put himself into that same sort of position where he's been so often, where you're 5 or 6 tenths of a second slower than the race leaders, but able to put yourself into a podium position.
Niccolo Bulliger then making his way round on the lap of honour. The results have been confirmed. It was a relatively straightforward affair in the end, this one for Bulliger. You always feel like the Superpole race might just be Iker Lecuona's best chance, but even then, Bulliger seems to have all the aces and pace advantage right from day one here in Misano.
You feel that way at almost every other track, but not here at Misano, where Bulliger's just been so dominant here this weekend. He's had that margin over everyone else, and it's been pretty significant here, where he's had that 2 or 3 tenths of a second over Iker Lecuona anytime he wanted it.
I just didn't want to kill the weekend off before I had gone to sleep tonight, Steve, but there we go. Bulliger, Lecuona, Montella. I'm sure we'll have a great battle for third position tomorrow.
It's the chef, not the customer.
Well, yeah, it's part of the tribute to the team of the home round for Ducati that's been going on throughout this weekend. Quite an unusual helmet design, and the rest of the setup now with the Trattoria table out well and truly for Niccolo Bulliger. And another first place, and we're getting to the stage of inventive celebrations now, so we know just how long the winning run has been.
Yeah, well, at least for Nico, we don't tend to see that many celebrations, so there is a bit of thought goes into it for him, and nothing's automatic to do a celebration just for the point of it. This is his home round. His first win here at Misano is an important one for him, and you know, for Ducati being so close to Bologna, this is a key round for them as well. And all of Ducati's hierarchy are here. They've had a big press conference for World Ducati Week here as well, and Bulliger's just shown everyone what he can do and what that bike is capable of.
You think back to those 11 consecutive Bautista wins, or the 13 consecutive Toprak Razgatlioglu wins, and we got to a point where we thought those runs were never going to end. Bulliger's added 10 to that record, 23 consecutive victories. It's outrageous.
It is, but then when you look at Toprak and Bautista and Johnny Ray's runs, there was always a rider that was always hot on their heels, and from different manufacturers as well. Whereas I think that, and it's to throw no shade on Bulliger or the other riders on the grid, Bulliger has a step over everyone right now, and it would be interesting to see how he would have fared if it was still Bulliger against Toprak this year, because then we really see just where his level is. But we know that from the past few years that Bulliger's level is very high, and then it's up to someone else to make that step. And ultimately, Iker Lecuona is the nearest challenger to him, and Iker's doing a fantastic job. He's elevated his standing in the paddock to such a massive degree this year by showing his talent and his speed and his consistency, but he's not a race winner. and Bulliga making sure that he's kept in his place.
Yeah, we obviously massively miss Top Rank this season. That was always going to be the case, just for the guy's charisma, let alone for the race performances. But the way that, you know, much as Bulliga was already able to match Top Rank at many stages of last season and didn't finish too many points behind him in the final reckoning, it is quite clear that this season that Ducati has taken a big step forward. And Iker Lecuona said it publicly in a podcast, you know what, even if Top Rank were here, I still think that Ducati would be giving Nicolo Bulliga much more. It'll be one of the big unanswered questions of 2026 as to what Top Rank could have done over a full season. But certainly Nicolo Bulliga, with this package, riding the way he is, he was going to be very difficult to beat anyway.
Yeah, and that's ultimately what we've seen play out from the development Ducati have made with that bike, and just the way that Bulliga's riding as well. And that's why he'll be a MotoGP rider next year. We waited for a long time for Top Rank to get that chance. He will deserve that chance as well. And you know, he might well have the best bike on the grid. He might well be with the best team on the grid. But he's doing the best job of anyone here at World Superbike, and that's why he deserves the opportunity to make a move for next year. And it was interesting yesterday whenever we heard from Ducati and Gigi Dall'Igna about the importance and the value of WorldSBK, because this is a championship that you can use to develop riders, and maybe it's a better transition step from World Superbikes to MotoGP than maybe even from Moto2 to MotoGP. And I think that someone like Bulliga will show that whenever he goes on the grid next year.
Yeah, do you think part of the reason that he gets the opportunity so quickly is that he's already got a history in the Grand Prix paddock as well? Do you think that's helped his cause?
It's 5 years as well he's been here, so it hasn't been quick to turn around for him, because right from whenever he jumped onto the Superbike, he was better than Alvaro Bautista, and he made it where Alvaro, multiple world champion, all those race wins for Ducati, he made it where Bautista was more than dispensable. He made it where he was irrelevant to Ducati's future because his performance was so high. But it's taken him until he's been on this run to earn that opportunity, and maybe he doesn't get that chance if there isn't the switch to Pirelli tyres as well. There's a lot of circumstances for it.
So a look at the race 1 results then, with Nicolo Bulliga victorious by 6 seconds in the end over Iker Lecuona. Jari Montella another 7.7 laps. So again, the independent Ducati's big margin from the factory bikes.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. Like when you look at Montella, it is still that margin where so often this season he's been 10-12 seconds down on the race winner, and it's allowed him to finish on the podium quite a bit. But it's been where we've seen other riders make mistakes as well, and I think that Baldassarri and Lowe's probably had more speed than Montella for the full race here this weekend. But they both had their crashes, and obviously for Sam coming from the fourth of the grid puts that pressure on as well. That's where the Superpole race becomes really important for them tomorrow. Montella has not put a foot wrong, and so often last year we saw him put both feet wrong and have a lot of crashes. So he's made a big step forward, and he's doing a good job. He shows the improvement from that Ducati as well this year, where it just has that bigger operating window for different riders, and he's done a great job this year. He's completely outperformed Alvaro Bautista, and I think that it's fair to say that wasn't the expectation.
No, I don't think anyone had that expectation. Montella coming into the season with 8th place finishes as his best results last year on the Barney Ducati, but the new Ducati working really well in his hands in particular. And after a tough weekend last time out in Aragon, saw him score only 10 points. Jari Montella very much back in the thick of the action with a P4 on the grid. And first podium since his run of 4 consecutive rostrum finishes came to an end after his excellent run at the Hungarian round and the Czech rounds. We will hear from our top 3 in just a couple of moments' time. Nicolo Bulliga, Iker Lecuona and Jari Montella. I should have caveat my previous comments by saying that Montella did roll off on the last couple of laps, couple of seconds. Jari Montella gets strong-armed away so that we can hear from him. Third position for Jari Montella, and after a best finish of 7th last time out at the Aragon round, a much-needed result for him, and one which again puts him back into third, I should say, in the World Championship standings.
Jari, that was a superb performance. You get back onto the podium, bounce back from what wasn't your best weekend in Aragon, and back into third in the championship, and you've done it here in Misano.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. For sure, after Aragon, we needed to a weekend like that. We started really concentrate. You know, we had focus to give the maximum. So I was just focused to push, to understand the tire, to manage the tire. then at the end it was working good because I opened a gap with the fourth. So at the end I managed the gap and I arrived third. So super proud, super happy. After, like you say, after a weekend like that one was really important. Now we need just to keep calm, relax a bit, and for ready for tomorrow.
Congratulations, best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Grazie ragazzi, grazie.
Great performance from Montella, just ticking box, doing his job there. Points lost in Aragon means meant he came into that race, though, 11 points behind Sam Lowe. So all is not lost yet, despite that crash for Lowe's. Only 5 points covering Jari Montella third, Alex Lowe fourth, and Sam Lowe fifth.
Yeah, exactly, and it's such a close battle between all those riders through the course of the first half of the season. There's a lot at stake for that third in the World Championship, which is obviously a medal position in the World Championship. A lot of fun for those riders as well, particularly if you're the likes of Jari Montella. You can guarantee he's got something decent in his contact.
Top two, though, are the familiar two, as we have been throughout the European season. It's Nicolo Bulliga first and Iker Lecuona in second place.
Iker, it's P2 yet again, and obviously Nicolo has stormed to the win today. It's a big weekend for Ducati in Misano. Just how happy are you to perform on a big weekend like this?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not really happy with that second. Of course, I need to be happy for Ducati. We are P1, P2 in the quali, P1, P2 here again. But honestly, I don't understand what I need to do on the bike. Still, we miss some turns. After 5 laps, honestly, I roll off a little bit because just I go too much on the limit. Then I go wide on 13. But that's because I'm not focused on the race, honestly. Just honestly, my race was manage the gap with Montella, trying to don't make any mistake, trying to finish the race, and that's it. No, honestly, just it's time to work with the team. I want to do the step. I need to work. That's the important thing. And let's see if tomorrow we can be more close.
Best of luck tomorrow, Iker.
Check this weekend for Iker Lecuona. Bulliga has even more of a pace advantage here than we've seen at the last couple of rounds. There was a clear note of frustration there for Lecuona, who basically had to accept right from the start that his race wasn't with Bulliga today.
I've said a few times over recent rounds about how riders move from being happy and excited to be a podium man, to be consistently on the podium, to being always at the front, to then how quickly it turns to being, I'm a bit annoyed that I'm not winning races. Why am I winning the race? That's the first time we've really seen it from Iker in public, where he's been quite clear with his frustration about it, and he knows he has to do a better job, but you can hear from him as well that it's working from both sides as well. The team needs to work and he needs to work, because his side of the pit box, they're going to be annoyed as well. They want to win races. They've had a lot of success in the past and they want to get back to that as well. And for Iker, he's really close to winning a race, but you're up against Nicolo Bulliga, who's not giving an inch.
First podium for Iker Lecuona at this Emilia-Romagna rounds, but it is a second place as Nicolo Bulliga extends his winning run to 23 consecutive races with his first Misano victory.
Nicolo, that was pretty special. A dominant performance in front of all these adoring fans. It's your first victory here in Misano. Just tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, it was incredible. I wanted a lot to win my first race in Superbike here in Misano in front of all of my fans. I'm really happy, so thanks to my team. I hope to continue like this. Grazie a tutti per il supporto, siete una figata.
Best of luck for tomorrow.
I think he needs Chris's luck on this occasion, does he, Nicolo Bulliga? He's odds-on favourite to go away for another hat-trick. Only briefly challenged, and that was Iker Lecuona hitting the front off the line. Nice work from Lecuona on the drag race down to turn 1, and then bold enough through the second bend as well to lift.
Yeah, and this is the move then for the race lead from Nicolo Bulliga from that point on. Wasn't seen again, and you can see from Bulliga just how good of a job he's doing, because when you win a race by 6 seconds, it's a very easy race to make a mistake and make a silly mistake and cost yourself. So he was able to maintain his consistency, maintain his concentration, and just make sure that he rode all the way through that race. And Bulliga just, he'll know that the Superpole race will be a little bit tougher, but he knows he's also got that step in.
Yeah, I get it. You're dead right. You don't make any mistakes, but when you get to the front, you can almost ride like a free practice, because he's just pulling away every lap, and he can just ride to his own rhythm and ride to his pit ball. He's in full control.
Oh yeah, he's beyond full control right now, because he's got that margin over everyone else, particularly around a track like this. That's where every round we've gone to, you've wondered whether or not there's some way that that momentum eases away from him and goes towards someone else, whether it's cooler temperatures or wet weather or track layout like in Hungary, where we expected Lecuona to be able to really fight him in Aragon with that harder tyre in the Superpole race. You knew coming here that he was going to have that margin over everyone else, but even so, it was a little bit more pronounced than I think even Lecuona would expect.
There are going to be other venues where Lecuona, you know, he's going to have to be patient this weekend and accept Bulliger to some extent having control. But when we go to Cremona later on in the season, for example, that's the best example I can think of where Bulliger does at times look vulnerable, and Lecuona might point to a track with a lot of, you know, short changes of direction as somewhere that he could go away and challenge. Am I clutching at straws at this point?
No, because by the time we get to Cremona, he might well be thinking just about, I just need to score X amount of points to win the championship. And for Bulliger, he doesn't look like a rider that wants to give up on winning races, and he doesn't want to give up on this feeling. So Donington next time out could be a tough round. We saw last year Alex Lilburn down there in the hole. We've seen some other riders able to get themselves next. But you are looking for exceptions now, because Bulliger has set such a high bar, and he set that bar because he's riding so well, and he's riding at a level that it's very difficult to say anything that's not to give him so much credit, because he's just riding at the kind of level that we want to see from world champions. But you want to see someone else able to just push him that little bit harder. Lecuona is a really good rider, but he hasn't won a race yet. Once he wins one race, maybe then he can make that big step and be able to bring the challenge a little bit more. But it's very difficult right now for all the riders. It's very difficult for them to keep the motivation and keep themselves focused.
Let's take you through your podium trio then. Nicolo Bulliger, Ilkka Lecuona and Jari Montella. For Montella, it's podium number 6 in the Superbike World Championship. And it is his 5th in the last 4 rounds. Of course, he had those 3 third places in Most. He'll be targeting another 2 rostrum finishes tomorrow. Second place for Ilkka Lecuona. That's 22 consecutive scoring finishes now for him. 16 of them, or the last 16 of them, all second places. So 18 career podiums for Lecuona. For Nicolo Bulliger, it's his 75th podium, with which he equals the Italian record holder Marco Landry on 75. Record for consecutive podiums in World SBK is extended to 32, and it's his 39th victory in the Superbike World Championship, his 23rd in succession, and he is still unbeaten in 2026. It's just about time to hear what I suspect will be a pretty popular national anthem. Kept the mic away from Fenny, but it was still very well sung by all and sundry here in Misano, as we have an Aruba IT Factory Ducati 1-2, we have Ducati podium lockout, and we have an Italian race winner. They couldn't ask for any more, this crowd.
They could get the CEO down in the middle of it as well. For some reason, Dominicali's being left up there without being covered in Prosecco.
But we have lost our riders, and we ended up in the crowds at the front. Nicolo Bulliger just enjoying himself. It is nice to see, actually, a little bit of character with the helmet, with the post-race celebration, the smiles after achieving a first victory in Misano.
We have seen more and more of that from Bulliger this season. He's made a few jokes here and there, and he's let himself be expressed a little bit more, but he's a rider that had some really tough times early in his career, and I think it's left him very guarded. And for Bulliger, after 5
years in the paddock now, he has realised that a lot of people here understand the level he's at and how good a rider he is, and want to see him succeed. So I think that it's a key moment for him, obviously, where you're able to come away with a race victory at home, and he'll build into tomorrow as well. He'll look for another hat-trick.
So, in the meanwhile, your race 1 podium, Nicolo Bulliger, Ilkka Lekwona and Jari Montella. Does mean that it's another 5 points in the World Championship for Bulliger over Lekwona as he continues to home in on a potential title decider at the Italian rounding from Mona. Certainly on course at present. Third place for Jari Montella restricts the top scoring promoter Axel Misano to 4th place, so another 12 gained by Ducati in the Manufacturers' Championship, and again they could be on for both team championships with Aruba and Manufacturers' World Championships at Donington Park before the summer break next time out. Quite astonishing, but another podium lockout for Ducati today. Disappointment for Sam Lowe's and Lorenzo Baldassari with their early retirements. They're going to be the main spoilers tomorrow. Montella moving up 2 places in the championship, but only 5 points cover Montella, Alex Lowe's and Sam Lowe's from 3rd to 5th. Alex is doing remarkably to stay with the independent Ducatis in the championship on that promoter, just the 2 non-scores for him. Nice to see Stefano Manzi up in the top 10 places for the 3rd time this season. That moves him above Remy Gardner after Gardner's rash. Championship then, as I said, another 12 points gained by Ducati over Bimota. Yamaha of Andrea Locatelli, their best performing man at BMW. Grateful and glad to have Miguel Oliveira back on the bike this weekend. That's all for now. Day 2 in Misano will kick off at 11 AM local time with the Tissot Superpole race, followed by race 2 at 3 hours later. Do join us then.
Get himself up into 11th at the close of that. Not such the case for Esteban Ocon, who finds himself out and wants